Good morning and welcome. What a good morning and welcome. Still got it. There you go. Good morning and welcome once again. What a difference a day makes as the rain has suspended, I guess I should say. The weather is improving. It's still pretty windy, and we've had some rays of sunshine, but it looks like the weather's going to improve throughout the course of the day. Good morning. My name's John Phippen, sitting in this weekend for Greg Kramer, and we're about to kick off our second FARA Sprint race of the weekend. Let's introduce the 36-car starting field to you quickly. Starting outside of row 18, the 317 of Moises Cordero. Next to him, the 111 of Albin Roman. In row 17, the 198 of Osiris Pena. And the 19 of Jose Chacron. In row 16, the 6 of Wilbur Perez and the 5 of Adam Fetterman. In row 15, the 89 of Luis Rene Canawate and the 215 of Rodolfo Rodriguez. In row 14, the 41 of Nicholas Solomon and the 138 of Stephanie Anderson. In row 13, the 132 of Sofia Basler and the 71 of Patricio Fraundulich. In row 12, car number 973 of Rodrigo Cohen and the 104 of Will Lucas. In row 11, the 46 of Brandon Gardner and the 59 of Scott Vanacore. In row 10, 65 is Malin Lewis and the 95 is Farhan Siddiq. In row 9, the 53 is Gary Young, the 12 is J.M. Padron. In row 8, the 729 of Peter Baczynski and the 84 of Manuel Gomez. In row 7, the 76 of Steve Clemens and the 22 of Max Hewitt. In row 6, the 33 of Ronnie Parent and the 60 of Adolfo Rossi. In row 5, the 247 of Javier Vento and the 188 of Tomas Ballester. In row 4, in 8th position, the 87 of Mark Julian and the 15 of Jean Trahan. In row 3, car 176, James Hammond, and the 171 of Mark Calzaretta. In row 2, the 191 of Javier Ripoll, and the 91 of Miguel Villagomez. And on the front row, car number 68, David Twatty, and your pole sitter, number 72, Stephen Hammond. Stephen raced in the rain yesterday and was definitely the rain master, as he ended up with a late full course yellow, which condensed the field, but at one point, he had a massive lead over this field. But we'll see how that shakes out as the field working its way onto the Almond Straight right now. They'll begin to form up 2 by 2 and then come through Sunset Bend, turn 17 at the west end of the racetrack, coming onto the front straightaway and in front of our commentary position here in the scoring tower. At Sebring, 17 turns, 3.6486 miles is the layout of this historic racetrack. It's gone through a few iterations over the course of the years, but this iteration has been run since 2015. The leaders coming under the bridge and onto the front straightaway under the view of the starter. And there's the green, and we are away. Hammond and Twatty side by side as they work their way under the spectator bridge and on the way to turn number 1. Still side by side are those two, right behind them, Miguel Villagomez in the prototype. As they work their way out of turn 2 into turn 3. It looks like David Twatty has his nose in front as they're in turn number 5. Hammond in the second spot. Here comes Villagomez. Was at a bit of a disadvantage in the wet track conditions yesterday. He'll definitely be able to, oh, we've got a spinner. Just exiting turn 5, spinning off driver's left, just out of our camera shot. The bridge abutment is not that far from the camera, so hopefully that driver was able to recover before they moved on, but don't see him on our camera view, but we'll keep racing until we hear otherwise. As they're down into car just now rejoining as we got a live view of it. As just now, there you can see it coming through turn 6, that Porsche with the light color. Looks like he's maybe got a flat left front just guessing. But the lead battle is a good one now, as Villagomez all over our leader as they go through turn number 13. Down into Bishop as they make their way down to the final sequence of turns leading onto the Ullman Straight. Villagomez trying to look for a little better exit off of that corner and see if he can take over the lead over Stephen Hammond as they work their way down the Ullman Straight for the first time. This is a 20-minute sprint race. Some of the races have been shortened today because we've had to compress the schedule, as we did not get our Enduro run yesterday as the inclement weather got so bad and the track was so wet and so windy that the race control made the decision to not race the Enduro last night. And Villagomez is across the line. At the point, Stephen Hammond in second, David Twatty in third, about 2.5 seconds back. James Hammond up into fourth. He's up one spot from where he qualified. Thomas Ballister, then Adolfo Rossi. Mark Calzaretta passed by both Jean Trahan and Mark Julian. Ronnie Parent in ninth. Calzaretta may well be that car that was off there at the exit of turn 5. As he is dropping down the order, so I'm guessing, yeah, it was a Porsche, so I'm guessing Mark Calzaretta was that car that had the off at turn 5. I'm guessing he will make a call to the pits because it looked like that car may have had some damage. Villagomez setting fast lap of the race, no surprise, on the first lap. One of 2 FARA Prototype 1s in the field. The other being Peter Baczynski in the number 729 Ligier. He is back in 13th spot at the moment. In MP1A, the top 3 in that class are running second, third, and fourth. Stephen Hammond, David Twatty, and James Hammond, all mounted in the Porsche 991.2s. Again, the field will shuffle a bit from the order they finished in the sprint race yesterday, which was run in damp conditions. And some of these cars will move forward as they have dry track to contend with today. 3 leaders already by our vantage point here at Bishop as they work their way down towards turn 15 and 16. Villagomez stretching his lead now as that big Ligier JSP 320 really coming into its own on these drying track conditions. The track is not completely dry. There are still a few damp spots. Stephen Hammond, though, doing a great job staying in touch. About 6.5 seconds behind Villagomez. David Twatty, another 6 seconds behind him. So the top 3 just about equally spaced. Got a course vehicle picking up just in front of our leader as we must have another car off. That truck coming through turn 3 on his way to turn 5. Villagomez able to get around that car. We have not gone full course yellow as yet, but we've got 2 course vehicles. Yeah, we've got a car smoking, pulled off to a driver's left just at Big Bend. That's turn number 6. Don't see the number from this vantage point. We'll try to sort it out as they come by timing and scoring. The driver out of the car clearly and okay, but perhaps a blown motor. That's just conjecture on my part, as safety workers here, some of the best in the business here at Sebring. Johnny on the spot for that. They're going to cover that with a local yellow, it appears, as we have not gone full course, so they're able to race once they pass the scene of the incident. Two cars into the pits already. Max Hewitt in the number 22 Toyota GR86 Cup car has pitted from 28th position. Mark Calzaretta was the Porsche that was involved in that spin at turn 5 just at the exit of turn 5 on the first lap. He has made it to the pits as well. Richard Schwinn in the 511. It looks like Rodrigo Cohen, it may be the car that's off there at turn 6, as he has not yet come by timing and scoring. I stand corrected. Cohen has now come by. He was just a bit further adrift of the rest of the field. Turning our attention back to the battle for the lead. Tightening up for second spot, it appears, as David Twatty running down Stephen Hammond. Again, they got balked just a little bit by that incident there at turn 5. As there's our leader, Villagomez, already catching up to the back of the pack. Hammond in second, David Twatty in third. James Hammond about 10 seconds behind David Twatty. Local yellow covering the area of the incident with the car that's off there at the exit of turn 6. So the car's required to slow down just a bit until they get by the scene of the incident. And everybody doing a good job of doing just that as the safety crew continues to do their work. Counting down to about 7 minutes remaining in this one. Manuel Villagomez working race lap number 4 with, as we've mentioned, about 6.5 minutes left. He's opened up about a 2.5 second lead over Stephen Hammond. Again, that lead was larger prior to the safety trucks coming out just in front of the leader at turn 5. So that's shrunk that margin just a little bit, as Villagomez being a little more cautious. And he had a big multi-second lead that's shrunk down just a bit. I'm guessing that will expand back up as we can see the leaders working their way through traffic coming through turn 16 and onto the Ullman Straight. Villagomez flashes by to complete the 4th racing lap with just under 6 minutes remaining. Stephen Hammond still holding on to that second spot, now 13 seconds behind the Abro Ligier. David Twatty staying right in touch with Stephen Hammond, only a second back. And on that last lap, Twatty was about 0.2 quicker than Hammond, both running the identical Porsches. Villagomez again coming under the local yellow, exiting turn 5, so he'll have to back off and follow the lap traffic. The yellow's been cleared, so Villagomez can now get back up to speed. As again, the great safety crew here at Sebring has done a fantastic job getting that car out of harm's way. Looking at our class leaders, of course, in FP1, Villagomez is the leader. In MP1A, it is Stephen Hammond with David Twatty and James Hammond second and third. In MP1B, Thomas Ballister is your leader. Mark Julian in the 87 is running second in MP1D. In MP2A is Adolfo Rossi in the number 60. Second is Ronnie Parent, running 13th currently in the 33 car. Jose Chacron and that thundering Corvette number 19 comes by the line. Up 10 spots from where he qualified, so he's the biggest mover so far. Actually, Rodolfo Rodriguez in the 215 Honda Wars car is up 11 spots, and another Honda Wars inner, the 89 of Rene Luis Canhuate, is up 11 spots as well. Chacron in the Corvette up 13th. Osiris Pena up 9 positions. Rafael Abdullali in the number 13 is also up 9. So some drivers again with drying track conditions suiting their car as the checkered flag is in the air, and Villagomez comes across the line to take the win. Up 1 spot from where he finished, or up 2 spots from where he finished in the sprint yesterday in rainy conditions. Stephen Hammond finishes in second. Margin of victory 15.7 seconds. David Twatty staying right with Hammond, just about a second further back in third. James Hammond across the line in fourth. Thomas Ballister finishes in the 5th spot in his number 188 Porsche 991.1. He's in the MP1B category. Jean Trahan right where he qualified in the FP3 Radical number 15 as he comes across the line in 6th spot, setting his best lap of the race on the final lap. Mark Julian just behind him in the 87. Waiting for the 8th place runner to cross the line. It is Adolfo Rossi in the number 60 Miata. Scott Vanacore up 6 spots from where he qualified. Will be next across the line, assuming he maintains his 9th place standing. And there is Vanacore, as he is indeed in 9th. Right behind him, Manuel Gomez in the number 84. Gomez in the BMW M2 CS Racing out of Boca Raton, Florida. Takes the final spot in the top 10. Jose Chacron up another spot as he's now up 11 as well, as he picks off Peter Baczynski on the final lap. Baczynski finishing in 13th spot. Javier Vento in the 247 Corvette across the line in 14th. Farhan Sadiq in the 15th spot. Osiris Pena finishing 16th. Brandon Gardner in the 17th position. Dan Padron in the number 18. BMW M2 takes 18th spot. Patricio Franulik in the number 71. Across the line in 19th. Will Lucas, I believe, will be the first car a lap down unless he gets across the line here. Lucas in 20th position, down 1 from where he qualified. Ronnie Parent dropped 10 spots from his qualifying position in the number 33 Porsche Cayman from the MP2A category. Looks like the last of the cars have seen the checkers. Will Lucas is the first car a lap down in the 104. Ronnie Parent finishing 21st. Rafi Abdullali finishing in the 22nd position. Sophia Basler finishing 23rd. Rodolfo Rodriguez and Luis Rene Canhuate in 24th and 25th. Evan Stamer, Marco Pizza, Nicholas Solomon, and Rodrigo Cohen, with Ben Curry finishing in 30th position. Mike Leo, Max Hewitt, Adam Fetterman, Wilbur Perez, Zoltan Wallace, Daryl Cooney, Ernesto Rocca, the final cars running at the finish. Moises Cordero finishing in the pit lane. Albin Roman, I believe, may have been the car that had the trouble at turn 6. Mark Calzaretta with an early problem. Richard Schwinn and Corey Smith did not take the start. We turn the track over to our friends from NASA as they've got a couple HPTE classes to take to the track, and then NASA race number 3 for the weekend will take the track at 9:45. We will be back with you on the stream with the Pro Spec Miata exhibition race. We had a thrilling race yesterday for the first ever FARA Pro Spec Miata race, and we'll have an exhibition race for those drivers. We'll count against their points coming up at 10:15. So that's when we'll join you next, just about an hour and 15 minutes from now. Until then, thanks for being with us. I'm John Phippen, talking to you from Sebring, as we're bringing you the season finale for FARA, the Race of Champions. like they're headed out. Good morning. As our next race of the day getting underway, this is the exhibition race for our FARA Pro Spec Miata class, which made its debut yesterday. So one more chance to see these cars. Leading the parade out in the safety car is FARA co-owner Jose de las Casas, as he's driving the safety car for this pace lap. See Jose coming through turn number 3 right now. We understand David Twatty may be in the right seat of that one. So, Senora de las Casas, that is your hijo Jose piloting the car. We'd like to give thanks to our sponsors who make the racing possible here. Chicago Atlantic Group, Fisk Wheels, Rowe Motor Oil, Colosso, Hankook, Southern Golf Carts, Pilsen, and the Race Tailor. Thanks one and all. Let's introduce these drivers to you based on their finishing order in the race yesterday. Chris Clark did not take the start in the 109, so he'll be alone in row 17 if he's there. Chris Haldeman had a problem early, was running second at one point, but had to fall out after just 2 laps. He'll be outside of row 16 in the number 73. Next to him, another driver who had a problem, running as high as 4th in the early going. That's the 99 of Noah Harmon. In row 15, the number 6 of Jay Dennis and the number 199 of Daryl Cooney. In row 14, the 69 of Mike Leo and the 27 of Felipe Cineretti. In row 13, car 54 is Natalino Scapatici and the 79 of Steve Shelton. In row 12, car 18 is Dan Kite next to the 110 of Enrique Tamayo. In row 11, the 20 of James Fountain and the 66 of Earl Hart. In row 10, car 51 is Claude Cineretti and the 63 of Mark Curley. In row 9, the 113 of Alfredo Zidane and the 12 of Marcus Vento. In row 8, car 92, Corey Collum and the 75 of Steve Clemens. In row 7, the 45 of Harley Scuffle and the 90 of Matthew Dirks. In row 12, car 27 is Evan Stamer and car 101 is Mikal Fountain. In row 10, car 53, Trace Hance. Next to him is the 3 of John Rodat. In row 4, car 78 is Julian DaCosta. Car 88 is Nick Leverone. In row 3, car 56, Todd Burris, who won the qualifying race Friday night, and the 143 of Stuart McAleer. In row 2, car 13, Rafe Abdullahi, and next to him, the man who had the biggest recovery drive, Denny Stain, went all the way from the back of the pack, picked up 28 positions to finish on the podium in car 39. And on your front row, car 48, Frankie Barroso, and the number 57, your winner yesterday, Tyler Gonzalez, winning by 36 seconds at the end of the race. So a big deal for him, as Jose de las Casas brings the field through turn number 16 as they head onto the Almond Straight, running parallel to the start-finish straightaway here at Sebring as they head down toward the westernmost portion of the racetrack. Sunset Bend, the 180-degree, very bumpy turn, runs under the drive-over bridge that brings cars into the infield and the paddock area, and that brings them to the start-finish line where we will kick off this 30-minute Pro Spec Miata exhibition race. The timer starts as the cars leave the pit lane on the formation lap, and the 20 minutes has to include the cool-down lap as well. So actual green flag time will be somewhat less than that, just to clarify any issues. Tyler Gonzalez, if yesterday was any indication, will be the man to beat. But Denny Stain, after that big recovery drive, picking up 28 spots, picking his way through the field. Starting in row 2, he is going to be a factor, I'm sure. Gonzalez's best lap was a 2:56.5 on a damp racetrack. Stain's best lap was a 2:58, so we'll see how they shake out as they're making their way through Sunset Bend. And coming onto the front straightaway, the starters looking the field over. We wait, we watch, and there's the green flag. We are away. Gonzalez side by side with Frankie Barroso. Actually, Rafi Abudali is up at the front of the field. Mikal Fountain in second spot. So a couple of our front runners not at the front of this field. In fact, we have a 13-car field here, as we expected a much bigger field, with some 36 of them taking part in the race yesterday. So this exhibition race pared down just a bit. So Abdulali leading the field with Mikhail Fountain in second spot. Harley Scuffle in third, Evan Stamer in fourth as they're coming out of turn number 5. I believe that's Mikhail Fountain in the lead. As Abdulali fighting with Harley Scuffle for second spot as they head under the pedestrian bridge and down into the hairpin turn for the first time. We've had heavy rain here throughout the course of the day yesterday, and it's played havoc with some of our cameras, so we apologize as we're in recovery mode, getting those cameras back online. As there's the lead pack working its way through turn 13, the tower turn. Looks like one car went a little wide. That may have been Evan Stamer in the 27. We'll check it as they come back into our view. They're down into Bishop turn now, turn 14. Into the final turn, leading onto the back straightaway. Great battle at the front, as Mikhail Fountain leading the way, but right on his heels. You can hear them making their way down the back straightaway just behind our commentary position here as they work their way down toward turn 17. You complete the first racing lap, you'll be able to sort the field out as they're in Sunset Bend as we speak. It is Fountain first across the line. Harley Scuffle right behind him. Abdulali falling back to third. Steve Clemens up to fourth. Marcus Vento right where he qualified in the 5th spot. And going for the lead is Scuffle. Scuffle, having set the fast lap of the race on lap 1, goes for the lead at turn 1, and it looks like he's gotten it done. Mikhail Fountain right in his wheel tracks. Rafael Abdulali finishes just off the podium yesterday, just behind him. Steve Clemens in that pink number 75. As they exit turn 5, right out to the edge of the Gators teeth. As the field well packed, as one of the cars, I believe that was Noah Harmon, dropping a wheel off. Todd Burris, the biggest mover in the 56. He started deep in the pack. He is up 6 spots already. Daryl Cooney in the 199 trailing the field by a good deal. He's running 12th. James Fountain did not take the start in the number 20. Mikhail Fountain, a 51-year-old from Chattanooga, Tennessee. His team name is Angry Tomato Racing. Harley Scuffle just in front of him. Harley, a 28-year-old out of Naples, Florida. Harley remembering that he and his father used to watch Formula One together, and he's come to the 12 Hours of Sebring right here at this racetrack since 2002. So some 21 years of taking in the famous 12-hour race here at this historic racetrack. Coming to the line to complete race lap number 2. Scuffle still in the lead. Fountain in second. Todd Burris picks up another spot up into third. He'll be one to watch as he just set the fast lap of the race. Burris in that orange number 56. Challenging now. Mikal Fountain in the 101. And he's bringing Abdullahi and Steve Clemens with him as those Noah Harmon at the tail end of that group, all in a bunch. Scuffle, battle for fourth with Abdullahi and Clemens is side by side as they continue their run under the pedestrian bridge and heading down toward turn 7. Noah Harmon in the 99 out of Orlando, Florida in an orange and black car. Marcus Vento about 2 seconds further up the road in 7th position. Enrique Tamayo in 8th, Evan Stamer 9th, and Natalino Scapitici rounding out the top 10. Mike Leo and Daryl Cooney rounding out the field. Again, James Fountain did not take the start. But Todd Burris challenging Harley Scuffle. We'll see if Burris can find his way to the front of this field with about 9.5 minutes remaining. And he is right on Scuffle's tail as they go right out to the edge of the Gators' teeth. Heading down into turn 14, side by side. Burris trying to go around the outside. Mikal Fountain right there to pick up the pieces if they come to tears. And it looks like Burris has gotten it done. He is at the lead, but Scuffle not letting him get away. Steve Clemens, Abdullahi, Noah Harmon, all in a bunch, battling for the final steps on the podium as they work their way down the Almond Straight. Todd Burris, a 52-year-old from Melbourne, Florida. His team for 321 Motorsports. And he has the lead, but Scuffle is right on his bumper. So this is not a done deal. Scuffle dives to the inside at turn number 1. Burris riding the rim around the outside. The battle for 4th and 5th is a dandy. Abdullahi and Noah Harmon going after it. Mikal Fountain kind of in the rocking chair in that 3rd spot as they come into turn 3. Burris still in the lead. Harmon just in front of Abdullahi now. Marcus Vento and Steve Clemens, all part of that group. Abdullahi in the black car, and then the two at the back, Vento and Clemens battling. And then a great battle just behind them, Evan Stamer and Enrique Tamayo, also nose to tail. You can just see them coming through Big Bend, turn 6, as they head down toward the hairpin. Abdullahi, a 19-year-old from Manhattan, for Flat Out Motorsports. He's been go-karting since the age of 10 at the club level. He's been racing Spec Miata for the last 2.5 years. His father autocrossed, which gave him a shot. The lead battle continues with Todd Burris in the front. Harley Scuffle right on his bumper. And Mikal Fountain maybe about half a second further back. And then a little bit of a gap to this battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th. It is still Noah Harmon just in front of Abdullahi. Now they're beginning to settle out with Vento and Clemens falling in single file. Don't count out Mikal Fountain. He has just set his personal best at 2:41 flat on lap number 3. Might have something to say about the two in front of it. Todd Burris owns the fast lap of the race, set on lap 2 at 2:39.366. Burris again, a dominant winner in the qualifying race on Friday as we were racing into darkness. And here they come to the line to complete race lap number 4. Burris now getting away as Scuffle dropping back just a bit. He's almost a second further behind. Mikhail Fountain might have a chance for a middle step on the podium as Burris is clear of those two. It is Noah Harmon in the 4th spot. Abdullahi right behind him, and then Marcus Vento. As Burris beginning to stretch his advantage as he resets fast lap of the race, a 2:38.905. Harley Scuffle setting a personal best, but almost a full second slower on that last lap. He was right on his back bumper as they came onto the Ullman Straight, but Burris got a much better run through turn 17. He's been able to stretch the advantage. Great battle between Evan Stamer and Enrique Tamayo. That's for 8th and 9th. They're just now working their way through turn 6. Steve Clemens in the pink number 75, just in front of them. Natalino Scapitici and Mike Leo battling themselves, only about a second apart. That's for 10th and 11th. Battle is on for that second spot as Scuffle perhaps developing an issue as he's being challenged now by Mikhail Fountain for that second position. Stamer and Tamayo continue their battle as the leaders on the back straightaway coming down towards Sunset Bend. And it is Scuffle back at the point. Todd Burris missing in action here. As Mikhail Fountain up to second, we don't see Todd Burris. Harmon and Abdullahi now battling for the final step on the podium, as Burris has not come by. Here's your leader, Harley Scuffle. Al Fountain just behind. Enrique Tamayo taking over that 7th spot from Evan Stamer as they're working their way through Big Bend. Just about 2 minutes remaining. We might see the white flag this time by, indicating 1 lap to go. Up at the tower turn as we await the leaders to make their way through on what we believe to be the penultimate lap. Still Scuffle in front of Fountain. And then a big gap back to the battle for third. Noah Harmon hanging on to that spot right now with Rafael Abdullahi just behind him. There's the 2 leaders coming through Bishop or turn 14. Harmon and Abdullahi nose to tail. that battle for the final step on the podium. It's going to head right down to the wire. Pretty much alone is Marcus Vento in the number 12. In the battle we've been watching between Stamer and Tamayo. Tamayo with the advantage right now, moving up one spot into third spot. Leaders coming on to the front straightaway. We thought we might see the white flag, but it has not been displayed, so we're going to go at least one more. Scuffle and Fountain separated by just about 0.6 of a second at the line. Noah Harmon and Abdullali, 1/4 of a second separating those two. Vento and Clemens dropping off the back. Tamayo and Evan Stamer continuing their battle. Enrique Tamayo taking over that position on the last lap. Enrique, a 17-year-old out of Miami. Tamayo and Stamer continuing their battle as they head through Big Bend and under the spectator bridge. Looks like there might be a challenge here at the hairpin turn. Our camera at that turn giving us a little bit of an issue here, but thanks to JT and Zach and the crew from Driver's Eye Live bringing these great images to us. As they've been battling the elements here. Unfortunately, heavy rain and horizontal rain and heavy winds can play havoc with these cameras, and JT's done a great job of getting them back online as these problems have occurred from time to time, but looks like we got all of our cameras back in working order. As that battle between Harmon, Abdullali, and Vento is getting closer. Vento closing up on the back of that battle, making it a three-way challenge. There's those three cars right now in turn 16. Harmon in the orange and black. Number 99, Abdullali in the black 13. There's our lead battle as well. Scuffle and Fountain getting a little closer together as Miguel Fountain on the last lap turned almost an identical lap time, but this time I'm going to guess he's maybe a little bit quicker, maybe about 1/10 of a second. Half a second separates those two. Still no white flag, so we're going to continue racing here. This is scheduled for 30 minutes. We started just a little bit later than originally specified, but we're getting to the closing stages of this one for sure, as the leaders work their way through turn 3. Here comes that third place battle. Noah Harmon holding off Abdullali, and then right behind him, getting just a little bit squirrely, Marcus Vento in the blue number 12. Vento right out onto the edge of the Gators' teeth. Steve Clemens dropping off the back of that battle, currently holding on to 6th spot. And then the battle we've been following between Tamayo and Evan Stamer continues, as those two flash into view. Looks like they're going side by side as they head under the mobile walkover bridge right in front of the 7 Hotel. Status quo at the front. As Abdullahi and Harmon continue their duel for the final step on the podium. Enrique Tamayo clinging to that 7th spot in front of Evan Stamer. As the field coming into Sunset Bend once again. This time Scuffle with a little more breathing room as the white flag is in the starter's hand. And we are heading off for the final tour of this 3.6 mile circuit. Scuffle with a 0.8 of a second advantage over Mikal Fountain. The battle is on for third. Abdullahi has taken over that spot from Noah Harmon. Can he hang on to it? Abdullahi sets his best lap of the race. Harmon dives to the inside at turn 1, tries to retake that position. The two leaders pretty stable at the moment. Scuffle and Fountain separated by maybe 5 car lengths. Noah Harmon back up into 3rd spot. Abdullahi, though, right behind him. And there to pick up the pieces is Marcus Vento. Should those two come to tears. Abdullahi got a great run through Sunset Bend and was able to take the lead at the line for that 3rd spot. We'll see if he can do that again on this final lap. No change in the battle between Tamayo and Stamer behind. Tamayo still with the position. Evan Stamer just behind him. 0.3 of a second at the line, but it's closer than that now for sure. Field working its way out of the hairpin through the sweeper that is Fangio. Up into turn 10, and then we catch them next right there at Tower Turn. Scuffle and Fountain looking pretty stable. The 3rd place battle still has Harmon in front of Abdullahi. There's Marcus Vento not that far behind. Steve Clemens in the pink 75, pretty much by himself in that 6th position. Here they come for the final time onto the Ullman Straight. Scuffle appears to be pretty comfortably in front. But here's the battle we've been watching for the final step on the podium. Does Abdullahi have anything up his sleeve? I'll tell you what, Marcus Vento is not letting any grass grow under his feet as he's closed up, making it a three-car duel for the final step on the podium here. Fountain thought about taking a little wider entry into Sunset Bend to see if he could get a better exit, but he's going to have to settle for 2nd as the checkered flag is in the air. Harley Scuffle will take the win, getting a thumbs up from the starter. Fountain across the line in 2nd. But here comes the 3rd place battle, and it is by a nose. Rafe Abdullahi taking 3rd spot. Noah Harmon and Marcus Vento crossed the line side by side. Vento nearly stole 4th spot. 0.8 of a second separates those two. 3rd, 4th, and 5th separated by just over 1/10 of a second. What a great finish for the final step on the podium. As Abdullahi made his magic work once again into the final turn and was able to retake that 3rd step. Steve Clemens coming across the line in 6th spot. Enrique Tamayo holding off the challenge from Evan Stamer for 7th and 8th. Still waiting on Natalino Scapitici. There he is as he takes 9th place honors. Mike Leo should be our 10th place finisher in the 69 car. Daryl Cooney, the last car running in the 199, will take 11th place. Todd Burris, after leading early, retired after 3 laps. James Fountain in the 20 did not take the start of this race. Got about a 2-hour break before we join you again as we will pick up FARA Sprint Race number 3, scheduled to start at 12:45. As we've got a number of NASA sessions in between, their high performance driving 4 and their time trial session, followed by HPDE 3, HPDE 1 and 2, and then HPDE 4 and time trials once again at 12:20. And then we'll be back with you for coverage of the third sprint race of the weekend for the FARA drivers at 12:45. And we'll round out our coverage at 3:15 with the FARA Enduro and sprint race number 4, the first 30 minutes of the race, the sprint. And then those drivers will retire to the paddock and leave the rest for the final hour and some time for the Enduro. Once again, my name's John Phippen, filling in for Greg Kramer this weekend. Greg enjoying some well-deserved time off this weekend as we continue bringing you coverage of the finale of the FARA 2023 season, the Race of Champions here at Sebring International. We'll see you again at about 12:45. coming down into turns 15 and 16, leading on the Ullman Straight. Welcome. Coming to the line to complete race lap number 1. Welcome to those of you joining us on the stream as we're just completing the first lap of sprint race number 3. Miguel Villagomez out in front. David Twatty and Stephen Hammond battling for that second spot. Twatty getting the better of him at the moment. Jose Chacron in the the Corvette up into 4th spot. Thomas Ballister, the 188, currently running in 5th. Chacron and just behind him, Ballister and James Hammond, as they're going through turn number 5 right now. Chacron making a good run as it looks like he's interspersed himself between the first and the 3rd and 4th place runners. So Chacron up into 2nd spot. Twatty and Hammond battling for 4th, 3rd and 4th. Field working its way down into the hairpin turn now. We apologize for a couple of the cameras giving us just a little bit of trouble here. It's been a very wet and rainy day yesterday, and that's played havoc with some of the cameras on the stream. But thanks to JT and Zach doing a great job providing these images to us from Driver's Eye Live. Chacron, the biggest mover now, up into 2nd spot. Twatty and Hammond duking it out for the final step on the podium. There's Chacron in that orange Corvette. Just behind them is Tomas Ballister in the 188. James Hammond in the 176. In the 7th spot, Scott Vanacore, there he goes in the 59. Mark Julian, Javier Vento rounding out the top 10 as they come to the line to complete race lap number 2. Peter Baziski shown at the point here as Miguel Villagomez in the 2nd spot, Jose Chacron in the 3rd spot. Qualifying order may have gotten changed to allow Bozinski to get up into that top spot. No, that's got to be a timing and scoring error. He turned a 27-second lap. That's not the case. So pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Villagomez is still your leader. But Chacron up into 2nd spot in that Corvette from the MP1A category. Dominated by the Porsches. You see the two of them through Big Bend there at turn 6. Twatty now getting the better of Stephen Hammond. That's not the last we'll talk about that battle, as those two have been duking it out throughout the course of the weekend. The FP3 car of Jean Trahan currently in the 10th spot in the number 115 Radical. He's giving chase to Mark Julian just in front of him in the MP1B. And you can see our leader, Miguel Villagomez, already catching the back of the field as we've got one of the cars already going a lap down as Villagomez continues. I'm guessing that's Ernesto Rocca who is going a lap down. There is Jose Chacron. And then here comes the Porsche battle between Twatty and Hammond. Twatty with the better of it at the moment as they bend it through turn 16 onto the Ullman Straight. Our cameras pick them up again at the last turn on the racetrack, turn 17, that sweeping, very bumpy 180-degree turn under the drive-over bridge. Brings them onto the front straightaway. Showing a stationary yellow flag here at start-finish, so Perhaps someone off course in turn number 1. Villagomez and Chacron by safely. And we're going to go full course yellow. We'll try to determine why. Maybe a car off right there at the exit of turn 1. As we can see one of the course vehicles rolling into position to attend to that car. We'll try to determine who is missing in action. So our first full course yellow of the day today for the sprint races. And again, the timing and scoring pylon showing Buzinski at the point. That is not the case, as that was a transponder issue. Miguel Villagomez is your leader in the 191. Javier Vento, who was having some problems, already being passed by our leaders on just the first lap, has pulled into the pits. So far up through 30th place, Sofia Basler, Mike Leo, Nicholas Solomon have come by. We're trying to determine by process of elimination who might be off there at the exit of turn 1. A couple more safety vehicles on the way to the scene of that incident at turn 1. Again, the safety crew here at Sebring, some of the best in the business. Donnie on the spot. Looks like we have a replay. Oh, car goes off pretty heavily into the tire barrier. Bounces back off the tires just a bit. It was deeper in the pack, so I can't give you a number just yet. Rocky Guzman and Ernesto Roca have not yet come by to complete race lap number 2. So I'm guessing it's one of those two. Guzman was a late addition to the entry list. There's an Ernesto Roca going by, so we must assume by process of elimination it is Rocky Guzman in the 296 who is off there at turn 1, just overcooking it a bit. He was a late addition to this race and developed an issue there at the first turn. Guzman competing in the Honda Wars class. So as the field is slowed down behind the safety car, let's just do a quick rundown for you. Our leader, Miguel Villagomez, in the number 91. That's the Abro sponsored machine. Out of Villa Carlos Paz in Argentina. Second, the 19 of Jose Chacron. Chacron in the MP1A 2005 Corvette out of the country of Panama. Stephen Hammond, who's had great success so far this weekend, currently holding on to the 3rd spot. He and David Twatty have been swapping that spot back and forth. David Twatty in the 68, of course, one of the co-owners of FARA with Jose de las Casas, excuse me. Forgive me, senor. David Twatty out of Miami, been racing for 31 years, 16 of them here in the FARA competition. We also see him race in the International GT and WRL and the Champ Car He's the owner of TLM Racing, and as we mentioned, the co-owner of the FARA series. Tomas Ballester currently running in the 5th spot in the 188. Tomas in another of the Porsche 991.1 GT3 Cup cars. It's out of San Juan, Puerto Rico. James Hammond in the number 176, currently running in the 6th spot. James, a native of Miami, been racing for 16 years as well. We also see him racing in International GT and WRL. James lists David Twatty as his racing hero. Scott Vanacore in the number 59, next in the order. Got in the 7th spot. Another of the Porsche 991.2s out of Miami as well. Mark Julian in car 87 is currently in 8th spot from the MP1B category. Julian, Canadian by birth, currently living in Delray Beach, Florida. He's 52 years old. Been racing for 15 years. His first motor racing experience was the Canadian Grand Prix at Montreal with his father. Mark Calzaretta in the 171. Great to see him in the field. He had a problem in the sprint race earlier today as he spun at turn 5 and made contact with the barrier, but obviously able to get that car solved, so he's back in the running in his Porsche 991.2. Ray Gonzalez making a big move, up 22 positions. Gonzalez in the number 92. Ray in the 2021 Wolf Thunder in the FP3 category. He has not run much this weekend. No, he started near the back and has already worked his way up around Jean Trahan, the other FP3 car, in 11th spot. So Gonzalez and Trahan should be having a nice battle. Gonzalez out of West Miami Beach. Jean Trahan, as we mentioned, in the number 15 car. That's a Radical SR3 from the FP3 category. Ronnie Parent in the number 33 car, next in the order. Parent in the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4. It's out of Fort Pierce, Florida. Relatively new to racing, only his 2nd year of racing. He did some track time in his Cayman in 2021, decided to move to full-on circuit racing. He races in FARA and HSR as well. He's 65 years young. Good for Ron. Lean Rossi is aboard the number 60. A car that she shares with Adolfo Rossi. That's a 2021 Ginetta G55. Manuel Gomez in car number 84 in 16th position. Gomez in the 2020 BMW M2 CS Racing out of Boca Raton, Florida. Stephen Clemens in the number 76. Toyota GR Cup car in the MP3A category. J.M. Padron in car number 12. And a BMW M2 in the MP2B. He's out of Miami. Padron, a Venezuelan by birth. Max Hewitt in the number 22, and another of the Toyota GR86 Cup cars out of Houston, Texas. He is in 19th, and 20th, Will Lucas in the 104. Lucas, the first of the Mazdas, a Mazda MX-5 out of Dahlonega, Georgia. Jose de las Casas making his first on-track appearance this weekend. Started at the back. He's already up 12 spots in the number 55. Jose is currently leading his class in the MP3B category. In the sprint racing, that is. MP2B, excuse me. Jose, if he's able to finish at the top of his class, in fact, it won't even need to be at the top. We'll take over the lead, perhaps, in the MP2B sprint category. Jose, of course, the co-owner of FARA, along with David Twatty. Brandon Gardner in the number 46, currently running in 22nd position. Gary Young in the 53, next in the order. He is running in 23rd. The full course yellow has been withdrawn. Looks like we're about to go green next time by. This race scheduled for 30 minutes. And the green flag flies. We're back underway. Obviously no change in the order as they come across the line. There will be some lapped cars interspersed with our leaders after completing a handful of laps before the yellow flag came out. Villagomez out in front. You can see him coming through turn 3 right now, then Chacron. Then the great battle between Hammond and Twatty. Side-by-side racing just back behind James Hammond and Scott Vanacore, I think, involved in that little battle as they're exiting turn 5. And you can see the two FP3 cars, Ray Gonzalez and Jean Trahan, side-by-side in the battle for the lead in the FP3 category. Looks like Gonzalez may have gotten the better of it as Trahan getting held up just a little bit in traffic. Down into the hairpin turn at turn 7. There's Chacron, and there's another swap in the Twatty-Hammond battle. David Twatty able to get back around Stephen Hammond to take over third spot. You can see Ray Gonzalez working his way forward in that number 92. Wolf Thunder. Tomas Ballister and James Hammond giving chase, and it looks like that's Jose Chacron moving slowly. That was our second place runner in the Corvette, and he appears to be pulling off, so a problem for Chacron, as there is Villagomez all by himself. And then next up is the Hammond-Twatty battle with David Twatty with the advantage, and the checkered flag comes out as this one already coming to a conclusion. As we've got another car off apparently, and the race director has elected to bring out the checkers early. So Miguel Villagomez takes the win once again from the FARA Prototype 1 class. David Twatty will take second place honors. Stephen Hammond will finish in third on the podium. James Hammond coming home in the 4th spot. 5th goes to Tomas Ballister. Mark Calzaretta in the 6th spot. Scott Vanacore in 7th. Mark Julian 8th. Ray Gonzalez 9th. And Jean Trahan rounding out the top 10. Ronnie Parent in 11th. Manuel Gomez, J.M. Padron, Max Hewitt and Jose de las Casas, your top 15. Aline Rossi, Brandon Gardner, Gary Young, Marco Pisa, and Will Lucas, your top 20. Stephen Clemens, Rafe Abdullali, Evan Stamer, Patricio Franulik, and Sophia Basler, your top 25. Nicholas Solomon, Adam Fetterman, Mike Leo, Rodolfo Rodriguez, Luis Rene Canawate, your top 30. And then Zoltan Wallace, Baran Sadiq, Jose Chacron, after running second for much of this race, dropping out on lap 6. Rodrigo Cohen with the off early on. Daryl Cooney, Wilbur Perez, finishing a lap down. Getting a replay of the off. Once again, turn 1, catching out 2 of the drivers, one of which was able to continue. I can't get the number on that, I'm sad to say. So our third sprint race of the weekend is in the history books. We've got one more race to go for FARA, and that will be the combined sprint race number 4 and the FARA Enduro. And that's going to take the green at 3:15 Eastern time this afternoon. So we've got about 2 hours before the next FARA competition here. In the meantime, our friends at NASA have their 4th race. There'll be a number of HPDE sessions and time trial sessions from our NASA compatriots throughout this 2-hour break. And then, as we said, we'll be back with you for coverage of the 4th and final sprint race of the weekend and the Enduro, again, taking the green at 3:15 this afternoon. Once again, I'm John Phippen, filling in for Greg Kramer this weekend. Thanks for being with us. We'll see you in a couple hours. Good afternoon and welcome. Our final FARA event of the weekend just now getting underway as our sprint race number 4 and combined enduro just about to get underway. My name's John Phippen. Joining me in the commentary booth is JT from Driver's Eye Live. JT, welcome to the commentary.
Thank you.
All right. We are just getting ready to kick off a 49 car field. Again, those taking part in the sprint will be shown a green and checker at the 30-minute mark. They'll make their way into the pits, and the bounce of the field will continue until the 5 o'clock witching hour at the end of the enduro. Let's introduce the 49 starters very quickly for you. Starting alone in row 25 is the 296 of Rocky Guzman. Next, in the next row, in 24th row, the 718 of Ernesto Roca and the 6 of Wilbur Perez. In row 23, the 89 of Luis Rene Canahuate and the 215 of Rodolfo Rodriguez. In row 22, the 711 of Corey Smith and the 511 of Richard Schwinn. In row 21, the 89 of Tom Panzarella and the 43 of Scott McKay. In row 20, the 514 of Igor Aguiar and the 274 of Scott Hocking. In row 27, the 777 of Neil Dimitri and the 24 of Jorge Luis Cruz. In row 18, the number 247 of Juan Javier Vento and the 199 of Daryl Cooney. In row 17, the 60 of Alejandro Lumengras and the 19 of Jose Chacron. In row 16, the 973 of Rodrigo Cohen and the 95 of Farhan Sadiq. In row 15, the 11 of Zoltan Wallace and the 69 of Mike Leo. Row 14, the 5 of Adam Fetterman and the 41 of Nicholas Solomon. Row 13, the 132 of Sophia Basler and the 71 of Patricio Frandulik. In row 12, the 27 of Evan Stamer and the 13 of Rafe Abdulali. In row 11, the 76 of Stephen Clemens and the 104 of Will Lucas. In row 10, the 77 of Marco Pisa and the 53 of Gary Young. Row 9 has the 46 of Brandon Gardner and the 60 of Aline Rossi. In row 8, the 55 of Jose de las Casas and the 22 of Max Hewitt. Row 7, the 12 of J.M. Padron and the 84 of Manuel Gomez. In row 6, the 33 of Ronnie Parent and the 729 of Peter Bugzinski. In row 5, car 15 is Jean Trahan and the 92 of Ray Gonzalez. In row 4, the 87 of Mark Julian and the 59 of Scott Vanacore. Row 3 has the 171 of Mark Calzaretta and the 188 of Tomas Balasar. And then in row 2, the 176 of James Hammond next to the 72 of Stephen Hammond. And on the front row, the 68 of David Twatty and our overall and pole sitter, the 91 of Miguel Villagomez. At the front, we've got one of the FP1 cars and then a whole gaggle of MP1A machines. We've got a pair of FP3s, another FP1 back in 11th spot. So the field a little mixed up based on their finishing order in the previous 3 sprint races. And again, we don't have the indication of which cars will exit after the 30-minute mark, but we'll try to keep you up to speed on timing and scoring as the field makes its way into our view. Once again, we'd like to thank our sponsors, Chicago Atlantic Group, Fisk Wheels, Rowe Motor Oil, Colosso, Hankook, Southern Golf Cars, Pilsen, and the Race Tailor. Ongoing sponsors for the FARA Championships as we wrap up our 2023 season at the Race of Champions here at Sebring. The field coming under the bridge and into the view of the starter as we await the green flag. And there's the green. You can hear them accelerating by our commentary position. Villagomez, Twatty, and Stephen Hammond going 3 wide as they head under the walkover bridge into turn number 1. And it looks like Hammond is going to have the advantage as they work their way out of turn number 1. Villagomez most likely will be able to get out in front and stay there. In fact, he's already done that by the time they get to turn 3. But Hammond and Twatty side by side as they've been all weekend long. James Hammond not that far behind in the 4th spot as they come through turn 5 for the first time. Hammond and Twatty still battling. I think Hammond getting the better of it as David Twatty back in the 3rd spot. You can see one of the FP3 cars. That's the machine, I believe, of Jean Trahan in the 15, moving his way up after starting back in 11th spot. He's already picking up some ground. There's Ray Gonzalez. We see him in the 92. Wolf Thunder working his way around some of the slower cars as well. Side-by-side action through the hairpin as they work their way down through the Fangio sweep and up toward turn number 10. If you're new to FARA racing, there are multiple classes, of course, represented. The prototypes are the FARA prototypes. There's 3 varieties of those, 2 of which are represented here. The FP1s are the biggest and baddest. The FP3s, a little bit slower. We don't have any FP2 cars entered here this weekend. Then the modified production cars, the MP1As, are the most potent, predominantly Porsche 991 Cup cars, as well as a Corvette or 2 thrown in. The MP1Bs, slightly older Porsche Cup cars. MP2s, we start getting into the BMWs and the SE30s as these cars working their way down into Sunset Bend for the first time at speed. As it is Miguel Villagomez out in front as expected.
We may have a car in the wall at 14.
Have a car moving slowly through turn 14 right now. We'll try to get a number on it as we've got a spinner here. That car sitting counter race, but it looks like he's got it moving. He's going to try to pull away under his own power, and that will save us having to go to a yellow. It's one of the Miatas, but I can't get a number at this point. Stephen Hammond in second, David Twatty in third, James Hammond in fourth, Thomas Ballister in the fifth spot. Calzaretta, Vanacore, Gonzalez, Julian, and Basinski are your top 10 after the first flying lap. You can see David Twatty with James Hammond and Thomas Ballister right behind him. Mark Calzaretta there as well as they're all settling in. Peter Basinski in the 729 working his way forward as well. He's picked up a couple spots. There are sprint championships certainly in contention. Enduro championships as well. Some of the classes have already been settled. The FP1 category goes the way of Miguel Villagomez, as there's no one here entered who's close enough to knock him off the top spot in the FP1 standings. FP3, though, still very much in play. It's getting a shot of Ray Gonzalez going through the tower turn. Not too far behind him, Peter Basinski and Jean Trahan. As you can see, our leader, Miguel Villagomez, with a big lead. No surprise, that car's got plenty of performance envelope. The Ligier JSP 320. Stephen Hammond stretching his advantage over David Twatty. David Twatty, one of the 2 owners of FARA. Jose De La Casas, also the other owner. He's in this field as well, currently running 15th in the MP2B category. And the car just now coming out of pit lane. I think that was the car that we saw off. Might have been Adolfo Rossi, but we'll sort that as they come back into our view. Jose de las Casas dropping back 1 spot into 16th position in the MP2B number 55. Good battle between Peter Basinski and Jean Trahan, as they're just now coming under the bridge and heading through the Big Bend. Those are 2 FARA prototypes. Basinski in the FP1. Very similar car to that of our leader, Miguel Villagomez. Basinski in another of the I stand corrected. Bazinski's in the Praga R1T. I misidentified that car. Sorry, I was looking at Jesse Gross, but that's the wrong car. Jean Trahan in the Radical SR3. Good shot of our leader working his way through turn number 1. And he's already caught the back of the pack as there's a lapped car just behind him. As we're showing 3 cars in the pit lane. Nicholas Solomon in the 41, Aline Rossi in the 60, and Rodrigo Cohen in the 973, all shown in the pits. The 69 of Mike Leo did not take the start. Daryl Cooney, the last car on the lead lap right now. In fact, I think that's Cooney right there. He has already gone a lap down as David Twatty just about to pass him as they work their way through turn number 5. Now there's the white 199 of Daryl Cooney. First car to go a lap down, going through the hairpin. Already up to the tower turn is our leader, Miguel Villagomez. Yes, we've got a yellow flag here. Full course yellow has been called for the first time. We'll try to determine the reason for it. We're not in direct communication with race control from our commentary position, so we'll try to sort it out for you. It's our first full course yellow of this race. Somehow, I don't think it will be the last. The field will pack up behind the safety car to give the safety crew here at Sebring. As we can see, one of the tractors heading out. It could be that car that was off at turn 14 may have deranged the barrier, so it looks like they're going to try to make some repairs to that tire wall. That's right where that car was off. And that's exactly what's going to happen here as they get the forklift in position. 2 safety trucks backing him up to permit the field to see where the repair work's going on. This tire wall is so important here, as an off-course excursion into concrete is certainly something you don't want to have at this race or anywhere else. Sebring's a very bumpy racetrack, and it really paid havoc with a lot of these cars yesterday as we had torrential rain and big wind for much of the day. And the bumps on the pavement, of course, turn into puddles when it's wet. And in the closing minutes of the running late yesterday evening, as we were coming into darkness, this Enduro was originally scheduled to be run starting at 6 o'clock last night, but the conditions were just so terrible that the race director made the decision, and a wise one, I think, to postpone the Enduro until today. We'd like to thank our friends from NASA, who are the hosts for this weekend, for helping to adjust their schedule and ours in order to accommodate moving this 2-hour Enduro into Sunday. So as the field stacks up behind the safety car, Villagomez still your leader, Stephen Hammond in second, David Twatty third, James Hammond in fourth, Thomas Ballister rounding out the top 5, Mark Calzaretta in 6th, Ray Gonzalez in the FP3 number 92 is 7th, Scott Vanacore 8th, Peter Bazinski in the FP1 Praga is 9th, Mark Julian rounding out the top 10 in the 87 car. Jean Trahan in the FP3 Radical is 11th, Jorge Luis Cruz in the number 24 FP3 car up to 12th position. Ronnie Parent in the 33 is 13th. Manuel Gomez, Manny in the 84, I believe has already clinched his championship. J.M. Padron in the 15th spot. Jose de las Casas, again by our unofficial reckoning, has clinched the championship in his class as well. Gary Young in the 53, Marco Pisa in the 77, Patricio Frandulik in the 71, Will Lucas in the 104, your top 20. Rafe Abdullali in one of the Spec Miatas the new Pro Spec Miata class, making its debut here this weekend. Rafe was right in the thick of the battle for the podium positions in that class throughout the weekend. Sophia Basler, one of the front runners in the sprint points for the class she runs in, which is MP2A. Coming into this race, she was the points leader by the slimmest of margins. So looking for Sophia to perhaps clinch her championship here this weekend as well. William Edwards in 23rd spot, Evan Stamer and another of the Miatas in 24th. Malin Lewis in the 65 is 25th. Adam Fetterman in the 5 in 26th. Daryl Cooney, first car in the 27th spot. Daryl was listed twice on the entry list. Not quite sure if that's correct, as he's listed in the 199 Spec Miata. And then there's a 60 Daryl Cooney being shown. And I'm going to guess, that's just a guess. We'll sort it as best we can. It looks like the barrier repair has already been concluded as the forklift right in front of our camera position, heading back to a position of safety. I think the safety vehicle is just waiting for the field to get by and they'll restage, and we should be able to go back to green here, it looks like. Just about 13 minutes remaining in the sprint portion of this race, where much of the field will be pulling off into the pit lane. The Ginetta, one of the Ginettas rolling down pit lane right now. I think that might be Adolfo Rossi in the 60. Could be coming in for a scheduled pit stop. Adolfo sharing that ride with Aline Rossi, as the last of the safety trucks leaving the scene there at turn 14. Safety car still in front of the field. I think the lights are out, so we'll keep our fingers crossed that we're going to go green this time by, as our leader and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lapped cars across the line. The leader on the restarts, according to the race director, may accelerate at the bridge, but no passing is permitted until the cars cross the start-finish line and see the green flag. Big performance difference all the way through this field. Again, Villa Gomez turning laps just under 2 minutes and 4 seconds. And the slowest cars lapping in the 3-minute range. So there'll be plenty of traffic for the front runners to contend with throughout the course of this race. Of course, the traffic will get a little less after the 30-minute mark, when the drivers not taking part in the Enduro peel off into the pit lane. The car going long at the hairpin, I believe. There's a runoff there where they can rejoin at the exit of the hairpin there at the little chicane just before turn 8, Fangio. Here's the Ginetta, which has already made a pit stop, the 60 car, we believe. Refueling is permitted during the pit stops for those taking part in the Enduro, but they must do so safely, which means the fueler and another crew member holding a fire extinguisher must be in fire suits with helmets and face coverings on to be as safe as possible. Miguel Villa Gomez, the 2023 champion of FP1, continues well out in front. Stephen Hammond leading the MP1A class as we got 4 of those cars in a row. David Twatty in 3rd, James Hammond in 4th, Mark Calzaretta in 5th, and then the first MP1B category cars, the 188 of Thomas Ballister in the Porsche 991 2014 vintage. Ray Gonzalez in the number 92 Wolf Thunder has been able to move himself up into 7th. That's up 2 spots from where he qualified. Scott Vanacore down 1 in the MP1A Porsche number 59. Running second in MP1B is Mark Julian in the number 87 Porsche. Jorge Luis Cruz in the number 24. Running second in FP3, Jean Trahan and the Radical in number 15, third among the FP3 cars. Leading MP2A is Ronnie Parent in the number 33 Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport. Manuel Gomez leading MP2B. And he has won all 3 of the sprint races so far this weekend in his class. Jose de las Casas only joined in the 3rd sprint race run earlier today, but he, by our unofficial reckoning, has clinched the championship for the class. Manny Gomez has only competed in 1 other race this year, and that will not make it possible for him to overhaul the leaders in MP2B, no matter where he finishes. Miguel Villagomez knocking on the door of the sub 2-minute laps. A 2:02.4 is the fastest lap of the race, turned on lap number 7. Stephen Hammond turns his personal best at a 2:08.5 in the Porsche. You can see Ray Gonzalez in that Wolf Thunder, the number 92, right on the tail of Ballister and Hammonds, I should say. That's Mark Calzaretta in the blue Porsche in front, then James Hammond, then Ballister in the MP1B Porsche, then Ray Gonzalez in that Wolf Thunder. That 4-way battle heading under the Mobil 1 bridge down toward the hairpin turn. That's 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th overall. FARA, under its current management scheme, was taken over in late 2022 by David Twatty and Jose de las Casas. And they have put their money where their mouth is in trying to expand the horizons of the FARA championships, adding 2 new classes for 2024. We already talked about the FARA Pro Spec Miata Cup for Spec Miata class cars, and the FARA Formula class also will be a part of the racing coming up next season using the Ligier JS Formula 4 car with the Honda power plant. This live streaming, which you're enjoying today, broke for the first time at the last race meeting, the Hankook 300. Greg Kramer is the season-long commentator for the class, but if he has a conflict, he'll tap me on the shoulder and ask if I can come in and fill in for him. He's got big shoes to fill, and I don't fill them very well, but I'll do my best nonetheless. Gonzalez, Vanacore, Basinski, Jorge Luis Cruz and Jean Trahan having a nice little battle as well. Starting with Vanacore in the number 59 Porsche. And then Buzinski in the 729 Praga R1T. There he is. Right behind Buzinski is Jorge Luis Cruz in the 24 car. And then Mark Julian in another of the Porsches with Jean Trahan just behind him. You can just see Trahan going out of our camera view. Ronnie Parent in the 33 just now coming through Big Bend, turn number 6. Miguel Villagomez continues out in front, stretching his advantage as he is easily the fastest car on the racetrack. Next closest to him is Stephen Hammond, but almost 5 seconds off the pace set by that big prototype. Villagomez disappearing from your camera shot there as they exit turn 5. He has an 18-second lead over second place Stephen Hammond, who has still not come into our camera shot. There he is. Hammond in that red or orange Porsche. And David Twatty right there working his way around some slower traffic is a further 16 seconds up the road. In the sprint races throughout the course of the weekend, Twatty and Hammond have had some great battles of their own. But in this Enduro format, making it a little bit easy, as you can see Twatty's car just now bending it through turn number 6. Mark Calzaretta, another 13 seconds up the road. As you can see Twatty there at the hairpin, working his way around a slower car. Our third place runner in the orange number 68. There's Calzaretta, James Hammond, Thomas Ballister, and Ray Gonzalez, as they've been running in close formation for the past several laps. Just about 3 seconds separates those 4 cars. Watching Stephen Hammond slice his way through lapped car traffic. A battle we've been following with Calzaretta, Hammond, Ballister, and Gonzalez, one of the best on the racetrack. And then right behind them, Scott Vanacore leading Buzinski, Jorge Luis Cruz, Mark Julian, and Jean Trahan is another gaggle of cars that have been running close together. Calzaretta opening up just a little advantage now over James Hammond. It's Calzaretta up into 4th position. James Hammond about 4 seconds behind him, but then Ballister and Ray Gonzalez right behind, as we got a big smoker here coming down the front straightaway, as that is a blown motor for sure. And that car pulling off into the pit exit. Well done to that driver. Pulling off into a position of safety so as to not bring out a full course yellow. And I believe as we watch these cars tumbling down the order, we do see one car, Malin Lewis, is slow out on track, back in 34th position. Don't think that was Lewis that we saw pulled off there at turn 1. As we mentioned the weather, if you were here with us yesterday, we had torrential rain for much of the day, getting worse and worse as the afternoon went on. Very strong winds blowing out of the east. But today we've got sunshine, partially sunny, a lot of blue sky overhead, but there's still some clouds in the area, as you can see on these camera shots. And again, thanks to Zach and JT from Driver's Eye Live providing these beautiful images. Jean Trahan running in 11th spot in that number 15 Radical, second among the FP3 cars. Jorge Luis Cruz up 16 spots from where he qualified. Jorge hasn't run with us much throughout the sprint races so far, saving the car for the Enduro. So the starting grid based on performance in the sprint races so far. So Luis Cruz has to pick up some ground. Started back in 37th position and has worked his way up just outside the top 10, currently running in 12th. Yeah, just found out Frank Rodriguez letting us know the 60 car that we had misidentified as Daryl Cooney running in 26th position is Alejandro Lumengas. Great view of turn 16, the last turn leading onto the Ullman Straight. As you can see, these cars getting as wide a berth as possible, but it's really bumpy offline. So the cars are kind of bouncing their way through that turn, very similar to turn 17 down at Sunset Bend, where it can definitely be a little bit bumpy. You can see our leader as he continues to work slower traffic. Backed off about 2 seconds from his quickest laps so far. And of course, traffic will definitely be a factor in his pace. We are approaching the 30-minute mark where the sprint competitors will be peeling off into the pit lane. That will winnow the field just a bit. Peter Baczynski has had a misfiring transponder for much of the day, and that has thrown off the timing and scoring order just a bit. They finally caught it up. He has pulled into the pit lane, we believe, has Baczynski for his pit stop. Running in 11th position most recently. As we're approaching the end of the sprint sequence, you can see on the scoring pylon giving you class standings amongst the classes. Again, any scoring information we give you is unofficial. And there is the checkered and green flag to indicate the end of the sprint segment. And it will continue for another hour in the Enduro format. Miguel Villagomez leading the FP1 category. Peter Baczynski running second in that class. In FP3, Ray Gonzalez, your leader, with Jean Trahan running second. Jorge Luis Cruz, third among the FP3s. In MP1A, Stephen Hammond, still your leader, over David Twatty, with Mark Calzaretta in third spot in MP1A. In MP1B, Tomas Ballester is your leader. Mark Julian in the 87 running second. Gary Young in the 53 running third in MP1B. In MP2A, Ronnie Parent in the 33 is your leader. Sophia Basler running second in MP2A. And Zoltan Wallace in the number 11 running third in MP2A. MP2B, Manny Gomez continues to lead over J.M. Padron in the number 12 and Jose de las Casas in the 55. In MP3A, Marco Pisa in the number 77 is your leader. Patricio Franjulik in the 71 running second. Nicholas Solomon running third in MP3A, although he is in the pits. And he's some 4 laps down to the lead of the race. In MP3B, Will Lucas, your leader in the 104. William Edwards in the 207 running second. Adam Fetterman running third in that class. Among the Spec Miatas, Rafe Abdullali in the 13, Evan Stamer in the 27, running first and second. The 60 of Alejandro Lumengas is your third place runner. So with the green and checkered flag shown here at start finish, those drivers in the sprint will make one more lap and then peel off into the pit lane. And that will winnow the field just a bit. As we're We'll have just about an hour remaining for the Enduro runners. Zoltan Wallace down the pit lane. There's the 68 of David Twatty. The 15 of Jean Trahan. You can see just at the entrance to turn 17 at the end of the Allman Straight, a car has pulled to a stop there off driver's right just before the turn end point, well off the racing line. Ray Gonzalez has pulled into the pits. We already mentioned Jean Trahan. Rafael Abdullali is also in the pits. Zoltan Wallace, Luis Rene Canahuate, Rodolfo Rodriguez, Daryl Cooney also in the pits. The 87 car stopping just here below our commentary position, Mark Julian in his MP1A Porsche 991. Crew checking tire temperatures. I'm guessing he will retire. The 729 also in the pit lane, Peter Baczynski. Peter out of the car with his helmet off, so I'm guessing he is not intending to continue. Jose de las Casas continues to run 15th overall right now. That'll unsettle just as we make our way through the order as the sprint runners fall down the running order. De las Casas looking for the championship double here, as again by our very unofficial reckoning, he took the sprint class win by a single point and is in a three-way tie for the Enduro class win with his two co-drivers, Carlos Garcia and Mario Cater. We understand a car off at the exit of the hairpin turn. We're getting a camera shot of it now, but I don't see the car in our vantage point, but we're hearing that there may be a car that's pulled off at that point. Manuel Villagomez continues to lead overall. Stephen Hammond in second. Mark Calzaretta now up to third. Tomas Ballister in the fourth spot. As the field cycles through, we believe Ronnie Parent will move up to fifth. There he is. J.M. Padron and Jose de las Casas should cycle up to sixth and seventh as they come across the stripe. As we're settling in, waiting for the sprint runners to work their way down the scoring monitor, we want to mention once again the great partners who have supported FARA throughout the 2023 season and into the new campaign in 2024. The Race Taylor, Pilsen, Southern Golf Cars, Hankook, Colosso, Rowe Motor Oil, Fisk Wheels, and the Chicago Atlantic Group, all partnering with Jose de las Casas and David Twatty, carrying FARA into the future. Looking forward to the race season next year with 6 races on the provisional schedule, bouncing between Homestead Miami Speedway and here at Sebring. This race weekend, the Race of Champions, a late addition to the schedule. And again, sharing the weekend with our hosts at NASA, and we thank them for making that possible. But a great opportunity to debut the new Pro Spec Miata series, as we got a great race in yesterday and another exhibition race for those drivers earlier in the day today. The top 6, I believe, have not yet pitted. William Edwards unwinding himself to be the 7th driver, I believe, who has yet to visit the pit lane. Villa Gomez, Hammond, Calzaretta, Ballister, Parent, and Padron are your top 6. De las Casas is in the pits, but got a note from him that he is going to be coming back out after a pause to refuel. William Edwards and Evan Stamer still staying out. They're a few laps down as they are from the MP3 and MP4 classes, respectively. Adam Fetterman and Ben Curry still out running. Ben Curry in the 988, up 17 spots from where he qualified, so a good run for that driver. Ben's 2019 Porsche 991.2 from the MP1A class out of Panama City Beach, Florida. Miguel Villa Gomez, the overall leader in the Ligier JSP 320. The Abro sponsored team out of Villa Carlos Paz in Argentina. Stephen Hammond and Mark Calzaretta running 2nd and 3rd, but they're well separated. Almost a minute and some change is Calzaretta behind Stephen Hammond. Tomas Ballister in the number 188. Another 7.5 seconds up the road. Give a shout out to Ronnie Parent in that number 33 Porsche Cayman. He's leading the MP2A class, running 5th overall. Ronnie, a 65 years young driver out of Fort Pierce, Florida. Competed in some track days in 2018 and then decided in 2021 to become a full-time or a full race driver, and doing very well is Ronnie Parent. He finished third at the Memorial earlier this season and is in contention for a top 3 finish in the sprint run here this weekend. J.M. Padron just behind him, about 52 seconds. In the MP2B class, he's the leader. 43 years of age. Born in Venezuela. J.M. in his 2020 BMW M2, currently living in Miami. William Edwards in the number 207 Volkswagen Jetta in MP3B. Makes his home in Tampa, Florida. Evan Stamer in one of the MX-5s in the MP4B category. Leading the MP4 runners. Just set his personal best on that last lap at 2:38.847. Currently running in 8th spot. Sophia Basler just behind him in 9th from the MP2A class. Quite a bit quicker. Sophia 2:35.6. She's about 6 seconds behind Stamer, but should be catching him at a pretty healthy rate at this point. James Hammond has completed his pit stop, I believe. He was running in 7th spot at the time of his pit. Currently in 10th, but he'll be in recovery mode. We mentioned Ben Curry in the 988. He's shown pitting very early. He's been climbing his way up the order again as the sprint drivers have retired. He's up into 11th spot right now. Talked about James Hammond, or Jim Hammond, out of Naples, Florida. Racing for 16 years. Races not only with FARA, but also in International GT and the World Racing League. Our second place car and the leader in MP1A has pulled into the pit for his pit stop, Stephen Hammond. as he pits Tomas Ballister in the 188. Should take over second spot until his pit. Showing some track vehicles on track heading down toward the hairpin. Again, they try to do a hot pull wherever possible. And it looks like they've got a car on that tilt pit. And I believe that's one of the FP3 cars. And that's Jorge Luis Cruz, I believe, on the tilt pit. Jorge's currently scored in 34th position. As it looks like we've got 17 cars still running after the sprint runners have pulled off. So about half the field, a little less than half, still in contention for Enduro honors. Our overall leader, Miguel Villagomez. Into the pits, we believe. Mark Calzaretta also overdue. So we expect he will be in the pit lane shortly as well. Stephen Hammond, as we mentioned, already in the pits. Adam Fetterman in the number 5 has also pulled into the pits in his BMW 325 from the MP3B class. Alejandro Luengues in the number 60, currently being shown in 13th position. This is his first on-track appearance for the weekend. Luengues has not competed in any of the sprint races so far. Sophia Baszler currently running in 8th spot. According to my unofficial reckoning, 2nd in MP2A at the moment. Baszler makes her home in Los Angeles, so she's on David Twatty's team, one of the TLM teammates. This is her first year racing. And she's acquitted herself quite well as she's leading the Enduro points after competing in every round this season. Also coming into this round leading the sprint points as well, and in a tight battle with Adolfo Rossi in the 60 car for that championship. That won't be settled until this race is over for sure. 3 cars, we believe, out of the race. Manuel Gomez in the 84, the 24 of Jorge Luis Cruz, and the 6 of Wilbur Perez. The 69 of Mike Leo did not take the start. Miguel Villagomez, having completed his pit stop, is now working his way back forward. Tomas Ballester has not yet pitted. As he inherited the lead from Villagomez after Villagomez's pit stop, but as we mentioned, he's back out. You can already see transporters pulling into the facility here. Sebring's a busy racetrack all season long. Those of us from my stomping grounds up in Ohio, obviously our racing season is over by now. And down here in Florida, of course, racing goes on year round. And Sebring's a very popular test location. We can see transporters lining up to take over the pit lane after the conclusion of today's activities. Just about 35 minutes remaining. Yeah, well, he's got a car spinning off right at the entrance to turn 16. That's the little chute between 15 and 16, off driver's right. That car is blue, but it is underway, it appears. And we'll see if he's going to find a place of safety or try to do a U-turn here and get back in the running, and that's exactly the case. We'll check that car as it makes its way either into the pits or back around in front. It looks a lot like Mark Calzaretta's car, but again, that's just conjecture, as I can't verify the number from our camera position. Actually, that was the 46 Ginetta, Brandon Gardner, who spun from 12th position in the MP2A category, but he has stayed out and is continuing. Closest positional battle right now is the battle for 12th and 13th. Brandon Gardner in the Ginettas, who we just saw spin there at the exit of turn 15, being reeled in. By Alejandro Leumenguez in the number 60 Miata. Just about 6 seconds separates those two. Ronnie Parent in the 33 Porsche Cayman, also within about 8.5 seconds of Stephen Hammond in third. Parent currently running in fourth spot. Shouldn't get any closer though. Hammond, who has completed his pit stop, is lapping quite a bit faster. Thomas Ballister still hanging on to the lead, but again, he has not yet pitted. Miguel Villagomez, who was the leader up to lap 21, rejoined in second spot. And is gradually reeling in Ballister, but he's a lap and some change down. Ballister, of course, will fall back behind after he makes his pit stop. J.M. Padron coming in for his pit stop, as is William Edwards. Padron in the 12, Edwards in the 207. Villagomez has unlapped himself from Tomas Ballister. And Ballister just now coming into the pits, so that will move Villagomez back to the top of the order, as he has already completed his pit stop. If you're a racer and would like to take part in FARA's 2024 championship, they're based in Florida, of course, as we mentioned. The race meetings are at Homestead, Miami, on the road course there, and here at Sebring throughout the course of the season. 6 events upcoming in 2024. If you'd like more information about FARA and what it takes, check out the website at FARAUSA, all one word, .com. You can find out all about the rules and regulations and what it's like to race here. These are a group of enthusiasts who have a great time. Enjoying the wheel-to-wheel competition, but also enjoying the off-track time as well. here at Sebring, many of us staying at the 7 Hotel, which is just at the outside of the hairpin turn. So a great destination race for you as a spectator or as a competitor. Homestead, Miami, of course, as many of these drivers and teams headquartered in the Miami area, is a home race for a lot of them, but also a very hospitable racetrack. I had the pleasure of calling the Spring Challenge for FARA earlier this year in March. So if you're Florida-based or within an easy tow of Florida, I certainly encourage you to look into FARA as an opportunity for your racing. And again, another thanks to our friends at NASA, who are the host for this weekend of racing, because they've been very flexible in allowing us to rejigger the schedule for today based on the weather cancellation of this Enduro from last evening, melding it into today's schedule, and they've been very accommodating to make that happen. Miguel Villagomez has regained the lead after his pit stop. Ballister currently in the pit. Stephen Hammond has also pitted, currently being shown in third, but he'll be moving himself up. He's only about a minute and 30 seconds behind Ballister as they run right now, so he should re-inherit second spot. Ronnie Parent has not yet pitted, currently running in fourth in that number 33 Porsche Cayman. Mark Calzaretta running in fifth has pitted. Calzaretta was running third at the time of his pit stop on lap 21. Ben Curry pitted very early and has been working his way back forward ever since, up to sixth. He picked up another spot a couple laps ago. So Ronnie Parent, the highest placed driver currently, who has yet to pit. Alejandro Lumguez in the number 60 has pitted. He's currently running 11th. He'll be working his way forward. Mullen Lewis has also pitted in the 65 car. Up to 12th, Adam Fetterman in the 5 has pitted. Brandon Gardner in the number 46. Janetta had that spin. He has been in and out of the pits a couple times, most recently on lap 21. Currently in 14th position. Isabella Abreu in the number 11, or MP4B, one of the Miata-based cars, currently running in 16th spot. She has pitted as well. So a total of 16 cars still running. We expected to see Jose de las Casas come back out, but looks like he is going to be content with his sprint class finish here in this final race of the weekend. As we said, already clinching unofficially the Sprint Championship as well as the Enduro Championship for the 2023 season. Of the surviving runners, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them are in the pits currently. Tomas Ballister, the highest placed driver, yet to pit. See a car pulled off there at turn 15 just as our leader goes by. Disappearing from our camera shot off to the right. Looks like he's looking to get into a place of safety. Just checking, that may be Ronnie Parent, who pulled off there at turn 15. Parent in the number 33 Cayman. Villa Gomez, the only FP1 car who is still running in the Enduro. In MP1A, Stephen Hammond, your leader. Mark Calzaretta in second. Ben Curry being scored in third right now. See if Ben can move around Thomas Ballister, who is serving his pit stop right now. Ballister leading the MP1B class. J.M. Padron leading MP2B, running 7th overall. Yep, Ben Curry moves up into 4th, right behind Mark Calzaretta. Right behind, about 2 minutes behind Mark Calzaretta. Sophia Basler has returned after completing her pit stop. She's currently lying 8th, running 2nd in MP2A. But if indeed that was Ronnie Parent who pulled off there at turn 15, she may take over the lead in MP2A before this one runs its course. Here it being shown in the pit lane, so he may have got himself unwound and has been able to get back around into the pits. He and Ballister are currently 5th and 6th. Dan Padron some 6 minutes behind those two, so I don't know if he'll be able to move up another spot. With just about 19 minutes, unofficially, very unofficially, left to go. Our NASA friends have 2 more sessions after the conclusion of this race, so we'll try to stay out of their way as this session plans to end, including the cool-down lap, by the top of the hour at 5 o'clock. So we've probably got about 15 minutes of racing still yet to go. Ronnie Parent back out on track in the 33. Currently running in 5th spot. So the order among drivers who have already pitted: Miguel Villagomez, your overall leader by just about 2 minutes now over Stephen Hammond in the 72. Mark Calzaretta running in 3rd. Ben Curry running in 4th. Ben, the biggest mover by far, after starting deep in the pack, has picked up 32 places. He pitted very early in this race and has used that to his advantage, as he's been able to take that number 988 Porsche, 991.2, I should say, right up into contention for a podium spot. At the moment, he's lapping about 5 seconds a lap quicker than Mark Calzaretta, but he's a lap behind, so I don't know that he'll have time in the remaining 15 minutes or so to move up into a potential podium position, but he's certainly on the podium in class in MP1A, not an overall. Ronnie Parent leading MP2A. Sophia Basler second in that class, and she's a couple laps behind Parent. Tomas Ballister, one of the last cars to pit, had the lead briefly while Villagomez was in the pit lane, and he has not yet returned to the racetrack, currently being scored in 7th. Nicholas Solomon has been in and out of the pits. He's had 3 pit stops so far, but gradually working his way back forward. Multiple laps down to the front runners here, but potentially able to move up. And by my unofficial reckoning, is the leader in the MP3A category. Isabella Abro has finished her pit stop in the number 11, currently running in 15th spot. Brandon Gardner in the Ginetta, number 46, after having completed his stop and having that little off-course excursion back at turn 15, has recovered. Currently running in 12th, just set his personal best, a 2:30.537. He's 44 seconds behind Adam Fetterman. That's not a class battle, as he is 3rd currently in MP2A. Behind Ronnie Parent and Sophia Basler. Adam Fetterman in front of him in the MP3B category. Basler unlaps herself and moves up into 7th now, as Tomas Ballister still not back out on track after coming into the pits on lap 27. Villagomez into the pits for a second time in this race, with just about a 1-lap lead over Stephen Hammond, who has pitted but only once. So we'll see if Villagomez can make this a quick splash and dash and get back out and retain his overall win. He's destined to win the class, as Peter Baczynski, who was second in FP1, elected not to run the Enduro portion of this and pulled in at the end of the first 30 minutes. Stephen Hammond now on the same lap as Villagomez. So Hammond, the MP1 leader, now just 37 seconds behind Villagomez. And if Villagomez doesn't pop out of the pits here momentarily, he will relinquish the overall lead. But again, he'll maintain his class win. Hammond with more than a lap lead over second place Mark Calzaretta in the MP1A category, who in turn has a lap lead over the 988 of Ben Curry, third in MP1A. Ronnie Parent on the way to the win in MP2A. Sophia Basler running second in MP2A, but about 4 laps actually, behind Ronnie Parent. Brandon Gardner in the Ginetta, currently running third in MP2A. J.M. Padron, your MP2B leader. The only MP2B still running. Jose de las Casas would be his closest pursuer, but Jose again retiring after the end of the sprint portion. Tomas Ballister, the leader in MP1B, despite being still in the pit lane. So even if he elects not to come back out, he will win MP1B. As his closest pursuer, Mark Julian, who retired at the end of the sprint portion. Into the final 10 minutes, or a little less. As is so often the case in these enduro races, not a whole lot of drama. We do have one position in something that resembles contention. 8th and 9th overall for 2 different classes. Getting a bit closer, Malin Lewis only 19 seconds behind Alejandro Luemgeas. Currently running in 8th in the MP4B machine. Malin Lewis in the 65. In the Porsche Boxster running an MP3B. So it's not a class battle, but overall position. Lewis lapping, oh gosh, about 14 seconds quicker than Luemgeas, so we'll see if he's able to move up into 8th overall by the time the checkered flag flies. No other positions in less than a lap contention. Ben Curry is 1 minute and 49 seconds behind Mark Calzaretta. He is lapping about 2 seconds a lap quicker, but certainly not enough time to catch Calzaretta unless Calzaretta has a problem or has to pit again. Stephen Hammond has taken over the overall lead as Villagomez into the pits for the second time. But as we mentioned, won't affect his class position as he's the surviving FP1 runner in this enduro portion. White flag is in the air. 1 more lap to go. Stephen Hammond will, in all likelihood, take the overall win. Ben Curry indeed moves up into 3rd overall and 2nd in MP1A over Mark Calzaretta. So that's a great recovery drive for Ben Curry. Easily the biggest mover. 33 positions gained for Ben Curry. So a great, well-timed drive for him to get up into the top 3 overall. Ronnie Parent looking for a 5th place finish. As Calzaretta in the 4th spot. J.M. Padron in 6th. Parent and Padron leading their respective classes. Sophia Baszler running second to Ronnie Parent in MP2A, running 7th overall. Alejandra Lumgas leading MP4B over Isabella Abreu. Marlon Lewis, your MP3B leader, running 9th overall. Brandon Gardner, 3rd in MP2A, in 10th. Stephen Hammond making his way through the final turn and coming to the checkered flag, and he'll take the win. Stephen Hammond taking the overall win aboard the number 72 Porsche. A well-seasoned drive, a single pit stop at lap 22, and took over the lead on lap 36 and has not been headed. Ben Curry moves up to 2nd overall at the stripe, 2 laps down to the leader, but 2nd place overall and in the MP1A category. I don't believe Calzaretto will be able to pass Villagomez as he just now comes by the stripe. So Villagomez will finish 3rd overall and the lone FP1 survivor. Calzaretto will take 3rd place honors in MP1A. Ronnie Parent should take the 5th place honors. As Marlon Lewis, Luemgias, and Gardner across the line in 9th, 10th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, respectively. I'd like to thank the crew from Driver's Eye Live. JT, my co-commentator for this race, has been out and about throughout the course of the weekend, keeping all the cameras working. And Zach has been Johnny on the spot, switching these beautiful images for you to see. There's the last of the runners coming to the checkered flag. And that will put paid to the broadcast of the FARA events. Again, there are 2 more high-performance driving experience classes from our friends at NASA still to come. To round out the day, they'll be on track until 6 o'clock this evening. Here's Isabella Abreu across the line, finishing 13th overall. Just behind her, J.M. Padron, who hangs on to that 6th place finish in the number 12. Field well strung out around this 3.6 mile racetrack. Still waiting for the last of them to come to the flag, and I believe that's it. So once again, thanks so much for being with us over the course of the weekend. Some exciting racing. Some really challenging weather yesterday, and these drivers did a fantastic job of weathering that storm, no pun intended. Thanks to all the organizers of FARA, David Twatty and Jose de las Casas. My thanks go out to them for inviting me to be part of this racing weekend. As we approach the holiday season, I encourage all of you to have a safe and joyous holiday, and we will see you in the 2024 racing season, as FARA will kick off their first race February 9th and 11th at the Miami 500 at Homestead Miami Speedway. Most likely Greg Kramer will be back at the commentary position for that race, and I encourage you to join us. Check out the FARA website at farausa.com. You can see in the upper right-hand corner the live race coverage link that'll take you right to this broadcast starting in February. And again, if you are a Florida native or certainly within towing distance of Florida, you're welcome to join the FARA experience for 2024. Be sure to check out the website. They'll tell you everything you need to know about FARA with the 2 new classes coming next season, the FARA Spec Miata Challenge as well as the FARA Formula Challenge coming online next year, along with the existing modified production Honda Wars and FARA prototype classes. So on behalf of the entire FARA family, I'm John Phippen. Thank you so much for being with us. Have a safe and joyous holiday, and we'll see you in 2024. Good night.